Hello, let's start this. I always need to figure out how to start this. There we go. Music on. I hope the rain outside is coming through because it is lovely. It was meant to be a massive cyclone, but at least for us, that didn't happen. I don't know if that is fortunately or unfortunately. We were kind of hyped up for something significant. Oh, wait. Sorry, I just noticed the music was a bit loud. There we go. It's a little bit loud. Hey, how you going? I'm glad that this is a good time for you then, because it's a really good time for me to be streaming, so I'm glad that you're able to catch it. How you been? Leprosy Leprechaun, I love that. I genuinely love that name. Also, hey Clamshell! Thank you for the little spinnies. This little spin emote. I love using your little spin emote. I should make the same thing. I should just steal everything that you do. Yeah, I'm gonna steal that emote too. It's gonna be called Inspired. I'm gonna be inspired. It's gonna be an homage. Now I'll figure it out. I am getting rather close, speaking of, to affiliate on the twitch.tvs, and I would like to get to it. Even though I'm not big into streaming, I do like to do it, and if there's anything I love, it's a goal to work towards with like a tangible result. And I want to make those little emotes. I want to make those emotes. And, you know what? Being able to post stories on Twitch. I didn't even post my little starting stream thing on Twitter. X. What's the point? Genuinely, Twitter reach has just died. Like, Twitter, at least for the people who follow me on Twitter, they're not there anymore. Maybe one or two, like, and I know the types of people that are still there too. Like, they're just other artists who feel obligated to stay because some of their audience is there. But also, those people are on Blue Sky too, so I still post occasionally, just more links and stuff, but it's dead. But I hope that rain's coming through because it is divine. It is really nice. I'm gonna give this guy a little weird pincer thing. This is a poster. This is gonna be a poster, meant to be a poster. And I hope they don't mind that I made it exclusively about evil robots. I mean, the place that is using the poster is they're pretty cool, so I think they should be fine with it. If it was, I want to say 3 years ago, and I was approached to do this, this would look very different. I would have made some sort of kindly robot. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad. Also, I'm glad to be in that list. Oh my god. Or, you know, compared to that list. As someone who watches YouTube live streams, what is it you like in YouTube live streams? I know there's a kind of cultural difference I can feel between people who live stream on Twitch and YouTube, and I've got this whole multi-stream thing going, which is pretty neat. But I also want to know, like, if there's any differences in expectations. Genuinely I'm touched by that. I'm genuinely touched that I am in the list of favorite YouTube people, because I'm just making silly stuff. To me, that represents that we're both that we're both the same type of silly, because I just make silly things that make me laugh, and if I can make other people laugh, then birds of a feather, so to speak. Also, good philosophical question. Can a robot be evil? I think that would depend on how sentient the robot gets. Like, if the robot's just programmed to go kill all humans, I would say the human who programmed that was evil. But if the robot suddenly woke up and went, you know what would be great? Instead of making toast, we kill all humans. I would say that was a choice. Because even if you could argue some sort of level of liberation, I would imagine there would be some less extreme options than complete and utter genocide of the human race. Can evil be robot? Now that is a true philosophical question. That kind of, yes, I would say yes, evil can be robot if an evil person either uploaded their consciousness to a robot or just programmed a robot to be evil. I'd say that evil can be robot. I'd say that evil can be, I would say that that's how evil can be robot. Robot can be evil as evil becomes robot. I'm starting to spin myself. Can Ebot be Roval? I say so. I would say no. You know what? No. You know what? I gave it some more thought. You're completely off base. We are not discussing whether or not an Ebot can be Roval. That is, frankly, disgusting. I don't like that implication. How dare you? I genuinely, like, honestly, those kinds of word mix-up stuff, genuinely my kind of, thank you, because, like, genuinely my kind of humor, because I love mixing up things, and the part of me, like, I love it when that kind of stuff happens, because you sit down, it's like, yeah, Ebot and Roval, like, especially they're not things, but they could become things. They could be names in things. I wonder if those are names in, like, as characters, and so when you come across those kind of silly word plays, you can do whatever you want with it. It doesn't exist, so you can make it exist. We can make Ebot be Roval, and then it would be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Speaking of self-fulfilling prophecies, I am really enjoying playing God of War Ragnarok, and it's pretty much all about a self-fulfilling prophecy. That is me trying to not spoil it, because game about Ragnarok is about the Ragnarok prophecy. Crazy. I like this concept. Ebot and Roval. You know what? I'm gonna draw. I think Ebot would be some cute little robot character. Let's give him. I don't know what the fuck I'm drawing. Like, this is like some sort of glass carapace with... I should not have started this with... Wait. I'm going to take off the... Actually, I can just delete that. I'm going to take off the stabilization because it was getting weird. So, I'm imagining Ebot being some sort of, like... kind of... happy-looking... robot, and then a little smile. Oh yeah, the greatest thing about becoming an artist is that you can just do anything on these things. You can just literally, it turns out you can just draw stuff and it exists, and you can use that power for good or evil or whatever you want to do with it. It's great. No one can stop you until it gets illegal. Then someone's probably going to stop you, or they at least should. That's my opinion on certain things that will not be discussed any further. I don't know. Robot, the E-bot is going to be like this little... I'm going to give him a little... I wish I gave myself more room for him. And... oh, I'm sorry about... I wonder if I can up that, because I've got it on normal latency, and I don't want to... Oh, current bit rate is a bit slow, unfortunately. Although I think that's the bit rate that I set, which is fine. Ah, damn, I can't up the latency. Ah, well. Oh wait, no, I can't even up it at all. This is just as fast as it goes, I think. Opposite? Sorry, opposite of Bruce Lee's last name. I'm trying to figure that one out. Oh yeah, honestly, yeah, playing God of War Ragnarok really makes me want to play the originals. I know they're not the same kind of thing, but I'm thinking Roval is some kind of dog. I don't know what I'm trying to draw here, but it's a dog. But it has multiple eyes because it's an alien dog. I was unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I was a Nintendo kid, and then when I was in high school, I was able to buy myself one of the new fancy consoles, new consoles, which was either the Xbox 360 or the PS3. And I was really hyped up to buy the PS3, and then right at the last second, and like one of my friends had PS3, one of my friends had Xbox 360, and I was really hyped up to get the PS3. Me and my friend were going to play, like, I don't know, Killzone and stuff. It was going to be great. And right at the last second, I got an Xbox 360. It was for Halo. It was just literally Halo Reach and Halo 3 and Forge mode. That's the stuff that really got me. There we go. Ebot and Roval. If I actually, I can't... No, yeah, I'm liking this. There we go. How big was this again? 7. Yeah, yeah. I definitely had that situation with uh I remember a friend lent me some games, and in amongst those games was one of the Dead or Alive games. Sure, there wasn't much going on, but it was enough for like a teenage boy. But yeah, sorry that YouTube doesn't update as quickly. Have to keep that one in mind. Oh, I wonder if, because I stream YouTube a little bit differently through this kind of plugin, I might be able to check if the plugin can do something. Sorry if I'm going into the modifications. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm gonna have to do some research off stream to get that to work. Unfortunately, only end of last year I discovered that my good old Xbox 360, most expensive thing I bought as a, like, first expensive thing I bought with my own money, has Blu-ray. Yeah. We've all had that. If you haven't had that, you're lying. Or very, no, actually I would say you're lying, because even the most stealthiest of growing teenagers slipped up. Or you think you got away with it, but we also vastly underestimate how smart our parents are. Like, there was definitely times where I thought I was slick, and my parents are like, just let him do what he's doing. There's nothing wrong with what's going on. He's 15. But here I am thinking I'm some sort of master manipulator. Kind of does remind me of a time. So, in that topic of you can draw anything as an artist, and getting caught doing some late stuff that you don't want to be caught doing. I remember I oh god, this is a story that is embarrassing, but also none of the atoms in my body right now are the atoms that that person was, so I can just say I was a different person. And also, it's just funny. I went to this is crazy. I went to a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament one day. It's a good time. Played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day, back when it was not so fucking confusing. And I remember I bought these card sleeves, and they were of a spicy nature, but not too spicy. But there was a bit of undercarriage going, as one would say, underbug. And so I, as a growing teenage boy, was looking at this, and also I, as someone who had access to technology, growing technologies in the, at that time, Corel Paint Shop Pro on the school computers. I didn't have those at home. This is the school computers. I would have done it at home if I could have done it at home, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling teachers. But here I am. I've scanned in this very interesting drawing to a growing boy, and I go ahead, go to the school computer labs at lunch, and I start doing my edits, and then I suddenly see my screen freak out, the cursor close out, and I realize what happened. I didn't know that day that this brand new technology has been introduced to the school, which is the teachers can see what's going on your screen while they're on their computers. And I just left. And that was quite traumatic. for a growing boy, but it just meant that I learnt to be safer. Yeah, the music got a bit. But you learn to be smarter because I learned, because you would also want to be playing games at school, especially during class. I learned that it didn't record what was on the screen. So when the teacher's walking around, that's when you start playing Halo with the boys. And then when the teacher gets back to their computer, you shove the game that you're playing onto a separate desktop window. We learned how to do that. So they can't see shit. They think that we're working. And then they do their rounds, and then you go back to playing Halo with the boys. Right in front of the teacher. But sorry, I went on my tangent, and I'm going to read everything that you guys said. Oh, that's that's nice though. You got that it died. It died last year. That is, yeah. Technology lasted for a while. Yeah, we basically had school, like in-class school LAN parties. Once again, this is a case where you know the teachers know. And it's a game. It's effectively become... The game is no longer just Halo. It's getting away with playing Halo. The teachers can't just run around like lunatics, because that would make them look like idiots. But they want to catch you when you're messing up. I remember when I still am actually. I got my account back, like logged back into my account last year. I was really into Dragon Fable, and I wanted to play it during class, so I started playing it during class, and then the teacher caught me and was like, "Hey, what are you doing? I'm about to send you to detention." I'm like, "Oh no, miss, no, it was a pop-up. Don't send me to attention, it was a pop-up." I was so dedicated to that excuse, and they know it's a fucking game. But they just didn't want to argue, and whatever, just close it. But that was when I wasn't careful. It makes me wonder if there's that kind of stuff going on with the youths of today, because they just have... You can just play games on your phone. You can play any of those games on your phone. I don't understand. The landscape must be so different. You can play goddamn RuneScape on your phone. And like every battle royale. Like, how do teachers compete? Do they just take their phones during class? Surely that's a thing that they do. But yeah, I think I remember the teachers being just as cool. Just, yeah, you get your assignments done, you get to play a bit of games. Oh, what's up with War Thunder? I know next to nothing about those war games. My friend that I was staying with for a little while was playing one of the... I think it was the ship battle one. And I don't get them. Oh, damn. Probably a good thing to have, to be honest. Because, like, the only argument I can hear is, but what if my guardian needs to get in contact with me during an emergency? And to that I say, they call the school. Because that's what we did back in our day. Back in my day, there was no... I got a mobile phone, I want to say mid-high school, and there was no problems. I mean, there were problems, but they would just call the school, then I'd be called out of class, and the emergency would be dealt with. Yeah, it's... Now we're getting to the territory of ranting that I like to call kids are screwed these days. Oh my god, with the technology. Yeah, I sometimes I definitely feel like old man yells at cloud, and by cloud I mean the literal cloud, but damn, they are not being set up for success with all that's going on. I mean, at first, it was all the short form stuff, just completely demolishing attention spans. And I say that as someone whose attention span was demolished by social media. I don't, like, even though I create the stuff, I don't really engage with short form content. That's why you probably see me not doing, like, the trendy stuff. I don't know what the trendy stuff is, and I refuse to do it because I don't want to, like, I want to make the shit that I find funny. I don't want to do, I don't know, I don't care about the trends. And so I don't really engage with short form. Like, the only times I do is when people send me reels, and then I look at them, and then I laugh, and it's like a joint bonding thing with your friends. I like that. But it's like my friends going out to the mines and bringing me the good stuff. Like, they're doing the hard work, but I'll give them... I reward them, I pay them in big old thumbs up and ha-has and commentary on the jokes that they sent into the group chat. But, you know, it's... attention spans are ruined, and obviously, like, they were on the way out with my generation, and now they're just completely destroyed. And now thinking is completely ruined. Just like the sheer concept of thinking with just ask ChatGPT. Like, no. Yeah, sure, it would be easier, but the easiest path is going, like, it's destroying your ability to artificial stupidity. It's all that is doing is destroying your ability to think for yourself. Like, there are people out there that are now getting to the point that they have to search the stuff, like the ideas, like, oh, let me just get an idea, like, I just need to, you know, put it into the thing and then it will spew it out. I'm like, no. This soft skill is important. You know, you need to be able to ideate as a person. Like, and yeah, researching itself is such an important skill. And it's not just researching, it's like just the whole idea of, oh, but you know, let's just get the ball rolling. No, you've got a brain to do that. Especially like some people like in the creative space is going like, oh, you know, it's just give ideas. Like, no, you're creative. You should be bountiful with ideas. If you're not, then what are you doing here? You're just an arm for a robot to tell you what to do. I don't know. Once again, old man yells at cloud, but I gave it a go. I'm not a Luddite, even though the Luddites were completely right. They had their lives destroyed by literal child labor, and dangerous machines. But I gave it a go. I remember being quite excited about the concepts, and the more I looked into it, the more I was just kind of disgusted. Because, I mean, it was trained on literally everything. Like, we did agree to this. They said that we agreed to this, but we didn't. Like, we signed up to some websites on the proviso that they use our stuff for advertising purposes, and then suddenly turn around and go, oh, you said you can use everything. I don't know, like, I know a lot of people do get use out of it, and I don't want to shame anyone that does, but it's just, I just feel like a lot of these skills, they seem pointless in the moment, but much like how you don't realize that short form content starts to erode your attention span, this kind of stuff is going to erode the ability to recall and think. I mean, I love the ability to Google stuff. Like, that is an amazing thing. We have effectively the world's knowledge at our fingertips. But I remember hearing about a study where the brain doesn't the brain likes to file things away where it knows it can recall it. Now, if you have no way to recall this piece of information, it's going to remember it. It's going to go, oh yeah, this thing is important. But a lot of things for us these days is recalled, like, is basically filed under Google it. Because why would the brain keep that information if it can just Google it? Like, if you're trying to learn a language, because I'm trying to learn a language at the moment, but you just constantly use translation apps, then your brain's just going to be like, oh, that's where it's located, translation app, and it's not going to remember. So there's definitely arguments for the use cases, and I don't want to shame anyone who uses it. It's just, I feel like the brain is better off trying to remember it, because I feel like there's going to be a massive case of just atrophy of the brain. And I know it's hard to not sound like some curmudgeon elitist when saying stuff like this, but I mean, we've seen what happens with other technology that affects mental, I hesitate to say mental health because it's not quite that. And yeah, like, it's funny because once again, if I was drawing this picture 3 years ago, I would have made some nice robots, maybe doing some gardening or something, and now I'm very much in the robot evil killing camp, because I mean, I very specifically, very unsubtly made it that the robots contain human faces, but they're distorted. And I'm even thinking on, like, I'm going to have like this kind of like ruined structure here, because it's going to be like the running structures. And I'm thinking of having some spray paint saying they took our faces, because that's effectively, I remember there was like a thing I was watching, and it was very similar almost to, there was this moment, just as a creative, there was this in Back to the Future, I know, strange segue, not really segue, but in Back to the Future they had this actor, and I forget his name, but he was a bit of a piece of shit on set. People didn't like him, writers didn't like him, but he did his job. He was the father, and in the second he was recast, but they made a rubber version of his face and put it on someone else, and then just did the job without him. And that's kind of what it feels like they're doing to literally everyone, is just they're taking everyone's faces yeah. Hey, ChatGPT, how do I defeat the robots? ChatGPT just answers back, drop all your arms, drop to your knees, and pray. That's the only way. And swear fealty. Although I've tried this and it actually fucking works. If you don't want to keep seeing the AI search results in Google, Just swear. Just say, like, what the fuck is this? And it will just give you regular search results, because it can't... Because Gemini is not allowed to swear. Oh, is this a cheeky clamshell? Oh, clamshell's doing the... What are they called again? Ah, Scoobies. Dude. Talking about high school and random high school stuff. Clamshell, my housemate, friend of the channel, and also Clamshell TV, great streamer. Go watch her. She'll probably stream.
Shout me out.
I'm doing it. How do I do a shout out on the twitch.tv.com/org.oz?
You know what?
.au.
I don't remember.
But you do them.
Because I have one program that I do.
But
so
you...
then that way it like does.
You Scooby do them.
Anyways, point is, I made this Scooby.
That's cool.
Like
Yeah, those little like when
it's like one of those little lanyard charms.
Yeah.
It's like a braided knot that's done in such a way that it's like
Is this how you do it?
It's like a pattern.
Is this how you do it?
I think so.
Screw it, I'm gonna look like an idiot anyway, so nah, it didn't work.
Oh, you know what it is? It's slash.
/. You
I think, maybe. Nope. Okay, never mind.
There we go. / shout out.
You don't need to capitalize my name.
Can I do it anyway?
I think it'll redirect to the wrong channel.
But so it is case sensitive.
Yes.
There we go.
Is it sea lamps, hell, or clamshell? Either or.
It's actually clamps hell.
Clamps hell. Because it is of my own making. But yeah, I figured out how to make Scoobies. Look, you braid it like
a Scooby-Doo.
It goes over and over and over and under. And then that's how you make a Scooby. Because like I was infatuated with these when I was a kid, and I remember making a whole bunch of them for like a little Tamagotchis. And I recently bought some silly string so that I was able to like, I don't know, just re-experience it, just see what it was like. And it's like it's a cool skill to have. Like,
Oh yeah.
I think I was originally doing one. It was like, this is just a box braid, and then I'm like, I miss doing the spiral braids. Sorry, spiral.
Yeah.
And then you can put like little charms in them and whatnot, but I haven't figured that part out yet. But this is just a test one, so I can like figure it out and like make something out of it. I'll probably undo it at the end, but it's good.
Undo all your work.
It's good practice. It's good for my hands, and it keeps my hands away from my face.
True.
Because you know how I so do love
Pickin'.
pick at my poor face.
Slim pickings.
I don't know what I did, but I think I flipped it up.
You fudged it up. You fugged it up.
Wait, hang on, no. Ah, success. Okay.
Nice.
But yeah, I just wanted to show you my cool little thing. Look, it has like a slight spiral thing going on.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Let's see how to make one later.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Okay. Have fun with your queen.
Bye. And she goes back to whence she came. Need to figure out how to draw this second thing. I don't know why I designed this. Actually, fun fact, I have not designed these robots. They're just random, like there is no design. I'm just randomly drawing robots. That's the best part about drawing evil robots. They can just look the way, whatever you want them to look like, you can just do it. I completely forgot what we were talking about. Oh yeah, actually, you know what? Let's get off the topic of AI. I think it gets a bit gets a bit much. I've flip-flopped on the topic myself, gone from cautiously optimistic to aggressively pessimistic over the course of a year. But it does not stop. You know, you can argue till the cows come home about everything, but what you do as a person is what matters, and especially as an artist. And it's not like it's taken the pen out of my hands. I can still do art. And that's what I'm going to remain to do. Once this poster is done, because I've been trying to keep up, and I'm succeeding, with having a video, an animation posted at least once a month. Because I do not want to to forget about this channel. Like I've done that before. I've posted an animation and then just left because too busy with everything else. But turns out you just like that last animation that I made about the now ex-cyclone, that just took me an afternoon. I can sacrifice an afternoon or two to make something silly, but I'm working real hard on trying to finish this comic. And that's been my primary objective. Yeah, it is interesting when it comes to the evolution of language. Not to retouch on the topic of artificial intelligence, but like I guess just in general, language, like, because I don't get, I've honestly never understood a lot of modern slang, even when I was the right young age of what, I think 19. Like I've never been hip with the kids, even when I was one, but language does move faster, especially these days, than those models. So weirdly, like slang and memes and all that is kind of human, like, because those models wouldn't be trained with that just yet, or all the context behind it, because there's so much context behind memes. But yeah, it is funny the moment that you start speaking a little bit more eloquently. To some people, it sounds quite a lot. But like, I'm definitely in that camp, I'd say. I remember when I was overseas and I was constantly assumed to be somewhat British, and I was like, nah, I'm Australian, what are you talking about? They go, oh, I'm like, nah, it's just because I just enunciate words a bit, just say the things. Something fun. Like, I know that I haven't really posted much Elder Scrolls stuff. That's still not going away. I just don't have any ideas that are on, like, that are prioritized yet. But I think I got, like, I tested it out. It looks like Battlespire is working. I've always wanted to play Battlespire. I know it's not the greatest of the games, but it's always intrigued me. And I'm thinking it would be a fun little game to stream. I actually don't know what Flesh Kincaid. I'm gonna be honest. I'm uncultured in this area. Like I don't know what that is. But yeah, that's a. I don't. It is kind of sad in terms of I don't have enough information when it comes to the reading abilities, but like it doesn't surprise me either, especially when a lot of English classes can and have been just you can just get a summary written for you instead of writing a summary yourself. Like I'm not gonna lie, I would have done the same thing as a kid. I mean, I was actually pulled. I remember I was one of the kids that just copy and pasted from Wikipedia, and I was definitely caught. And then me and a bunch of others, it was a shocking amount, were pulled into a little like class during lunchtime, and they told us about plagiarism. And I'm sure a lot of people actually no, I did. The funny thing is I did continue, but I was smarter about it. I just reshuffled the words a bit and actually read it. So I guess I did learn eventually, but not as much if I just did it myself. Though that didn't fly during university. Luckily, I didn't have that many essays to write. Not to say none, but not many. I didn't know there was a scale like that. But that's unfortunate. I really should read more, if I'm being completely honest. I don't read as much as I should. Because ironically, I feel the need that I need to be creating instead of consuming, especially in like, I don't know, the irony of I shouldn't be reading, I should be writing or drawing. But I feel like reading would help the process of writing greatly, I would imagine. Turns out engaging in that medium would help in creating that medium. And I do that sometimes. I've been reading a little book on fairy tales, which has been like partially for research and just good time. Here it is. There's a butt. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee. How do I kill it? How do I kill it? Ah, there we go. Wait. Ban. And I need to go into the restream chat to delete it from there. Add to block list. There we go. Oh, sorry, I'm just reading. Yeah, it's... Yeah, you can't, like... There's a lot of issues I have with shorts. I hate the implementation as a creative, because I need to re-upload the same video as a short. It's just the same video. They need to just have a little button that you tick. There you go. It goes into both, because And they would argue, oh, just post it as a short, but there's no longevity in shorts, and the algorithm changes so quickly that sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. And the thing that YouTube isn't as bad as bloody TikTok with it. Now, I don't use TikTok, I just post there and leave, mostly out of some sort of actually at this point founded paranoia that someone's going to repost my stuff to TikTok, so it might as well be me. But every time I open TikTok just to look at comments and stuff, that's it. I don't watch the stuff. The first thing it shows you, like it sends you to a random TikTok first, and it's just so annoying. It's like a panic inducing. I want to quickly switch off because I do not like. And once again, old man yells at cloud, but I don't like algorithmically defined feeds, especially video feeds where it's just sending you stuff that it thinks you'll like. Because like you don't know, like it does know me, which is the scary part. But I much rather just, I want the choice. Like, I mean, sure, like the YouTube homepage is in its way algorithmically fed to you. But you at least have those choices of, you have about 20 things shown to you, 20 thumbnails with titles, a bunch of stuff that you already know, a bunch of like from channels, and you make the conscious choice to click on a thing. There is that human choice, even if it is kind of manufactured. But clamshell forgot about a toast. Like literally every day. Yeah. That you're really nice. That you're really nice. That you're, let's just say, the French word for lay. Yeah, just a bit, the special. Go to the special ed class.
See, it needs to be said.
Special, yeah. Okay. I get it. You have a few needs, of which are special. I'm sure you do, Clamshell. I'm sure you do. I would never have such needs. I am not a vulgar. Although that being said, when it comes to the YouTube Shorts feed, I do find that, I don't know, maybe it just depends on the viewer, but it does give me at least the option to be like, hide for 30 days. I mean, I would like to hide forever, but yeah. I don't know. Even though I create short form content, I don't like I'd much rather choose it. I as a creative would much rather it be chosen to be watched as opposed to fed to someone like slop. And honestly, like, the short form stuff I make is mostly just a stopgap between larger things that I want to make. At the moment, like, I think the next video is going to be a bit like next video is going to be a bit larger, because I'd much rather create things with a bit more meat. Does it perform better? No. But does it make me feel better? Yes. You know what? In terms of music, weirdly a bit of everything. Like, at the moment, I've got a playlist of Elder Scrolls music, both from the games and from the various mod projects, because it's just all cohesive and nice. because most of it doesn't have a copyright strike. I've noticed a couple of them do, so I might have to like go through and take those off the, like find them and then take them off the playlist. But I don't know, it just sets up a nice vibe. But I don't know, when it comes to music, it's definitely a case of what I feel in the mood for at the time. At the moment, I'll look at my little, because I listen to music through YouTube Music, because most of the things I listen to is on music, YouTube, because there's a lot of creators who make some weird stuff and it doesn't make it to like Spotify or something. But I've been listening to Korn lately. I know I'm very late to the wagon, but turns out pretty good. As well as a bit of Set It Off. I like them. And I because I like playing myself some Warframe, if it's not evident from the one of the most recent videos I've posted. But because of 1999, I listened to a lot of 90s 2000s music and boy band music like recently. I just got the hankering for it, because it takes you back to a time and place, a simpler time, a time before a lot of things, actually. So for a while I was listening to a lot of Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, Human Nature before they went Motown, and you know what, tack on Britney Spears there, because similar kind of vibe sometimes. But I don't know, just a bit of everything. Except for rap, I'm just not a fan of rap and country and hip hop. Not a fan of that stuff. But you know, I get the appeal. It's just not for me. And when I say country, I mean like country, but not folky country, because folky country is pretty fun. But what about you? What kind of music do you enjoy listening to? Hopefully it's not as schizophrenic in the difference as me, because I don't know. I think my tastes are based on, you know what, I think it would be the one thing I would want an AI to do is go through all the music that I listen to and then find that common thread. I swear it would be some sort of like musical, like melody heavy, I think is something that I like. Oh yeah. Yep, rock. You know what? I understand the appeal of death metal. It's not for me. I'm not a screamo fan. I like when there is a scream at like the height of like the point. Like it's just like to me a scream is like a bass drop. Like you build up to it and then there's a scream or a roar and you just feel energetic. But if it's all the time, I feel like I get why people like that, because someone that's like the hype all the time, but to me, at least for my musical tastes, I want it to be earned. Yeah. Yeah, that is funny. It is very much a very specific taste, country is. And it's specifically like, I don't know what it is. Is it just American country that has that? Because I know Australian-based country is quite different. Can't articulate how, but I know it is. Yeah, I have this habit of... I hate doing it, I hate it, but I do listen to the same few songs over and over again when I discover them. Like, I just have this... I have a ever-growing playlist, and the most recent songs on that playlist that I add to are the ones that I listen to, like, next, like, couple of weeks, and it slowly fades out, and more gets added, and some get replaced in terms of just constantly listened to. It is kind of a country cult, isn't it? They seem happy, but they also don't seem happy. I think they hate their spouses a lot. I don't think I can be into country. I don't have a car. I can't go onto the road, and I am definitely too much of a city boy to relate to the country to the farming problems and the country problems. Hopefully I haven't bitten off too much with what I want to do with this poster. I had a couple of different ideas as I was going in. Yep. Country singers secretly run the world. There's a few political things I can make mention of, but I don't want to go into politics, so I am not going to do that. Actually, no, you know what? One-off comment. Why a lot of people in power are the conservatives right now. Even though I'm not a believer in that dichotomy. That dichotomy very much stagnates political discourse and gets us into culture wars, and that is not conducive to a healthy discussion on various ways to govern and run countries. That is not a way to do things. But I am just some silly artist, and I do not have much to say on that. Though, tangent, and I said it last stream, I think I'm going to say this every fucking time because the Elder Scrolls music really, even though this is a mod song, really gets me thinking about it. I genuinely, like, for the first time in many, many years, genuinely believe that we're going to get information on Elder Scrolls 6 this year. Like, the stars are aligning. It's going to happen. And if it doesn't, it'll be next year. Because it's all there. It's all there. It's following the same trajectory as Starfield did when they did the Make-A-Wish Foundation thing. Why would they do that this year, not last year or next year? And that leaked plan for all the games has a seemingly 2-year difference with everything due to the spicy years, and everything that's been releasing since has been lining up to that 2-year delay. And Elder Scrolls 6 is meant to come out in 2024, according to that list. So, yeah, I'm going to stick by that crackpot theory. You know what? I'm gonna only do one leg thing. This one is gonna be the under one too. Actually, no. Something like this. Ah, thanks, but genuinely, I think people... underestimate their own abilities to improve when practicing at something. I saw, like, I've been drawing all my life, but I got really slack. I've been really slack about it. It would be like, oh, I'm an artist, and then I would only draw a drawing every, like, once every few weeks or something. Like, I was really slack for a while, thinking that, you know, I just naturally improve over time. It's kind of do, because we're still developing brain stuff until this age, effectively. I think literally for, like, yeah, till like late 20s, early 30s. I need to look at the studies on that. But putting your mind to it and practicing, like, you could. Like, I started doing a daily drawing back in 2022. I think it's 2022 or 2021, one of the two. And I've been doing it ever since. I got this. I'm going to count as technically daily drawing number 1114. Yep. But in that process of doing a daily drawing, I noticed a lot of improvement. Like, I already considered myself a kind of alright artist. Like, I knew my way around a pencil. And then now I look at my stuff from then, I'm like, what was I even thinking? And I don't think I would have improved as much if I didn't do my daily drawings. Actually, I know I wouldn't have. Well, as you know, Jake the dog said, sucking at something is the first step of getting kind of good at something. And I felt that. And I totally get that too, because I am a very clumsy person, so I have the curse. I definitely have the curse. Because all it is just muscle memory and expanding your visual library to understand certain things. There's a lot of things I still don't have locked in the visual library, but it just takes time. It also takes dedication and also wanting to do it. Like, there are plenty of people that are just like, oh, I'll never be an artist, but also I have other things I want to do. And that is absolutely fine. That is great. Because you probably have skills that I couldn't dream to have. Oh, there's a bird on the balcony. It's very rainy at the moment. I don't know if you can hear it. I've left the door open to allow that calming rain sound through. And I think it's another reason why I'm not a fan of things like ChatGPT, is that it kind of robs. Yeah, the little noisy miner jumped onto the balcony, and it's like dripping wet because it is very rainy outside. It's not making any sound, but it's just hanging out. But yeah, I don't like the current. Oh, it flew. Oh no, it's still there. It flew away a little bit and then came back. But it discourages the cultivation of skills. I mean, why would you need to learn to write if a robot can do something that's kind of possible? Noisy miner. They're these little birds. Not little, but like, I want to say medium-sized. You wouldn't go and say that's a big bird, but you want to go say that's a tiny bird. And it's got these it's brown grayish, and it's got these white, like these yellow circles around its eyes that make it look like that it has big yellow eyes with a red, with a black pupil. But actually, that black pupil is just its eye, and it just has these yellow spots around its eyes. And a lot of people find them very annoying because, I mean, they have the name Noisy Miner. You can guess their reputation. I think I'm getting pretty close to finishing the drawing of this robot. I'll color it in, not do the shading just yet, just should probably block in the colors, and then work on another one soon. Needs these kind of spindly claws. But yeah, I'm a big believer in it is very much, unless you physically don't have the ability, like, you know, I'm not going to turn around that say everyone can do anything, because, you know, disabilities exist. I include myself in that camp to a degree because I have some leg stuff that prevents me from being a world-class sportsman. But yeah, it's I think you can just, like, a lot of skills, it'll take years to master, but not too long to get passably alright at. Like, okay, so are you actually making a trebuchet, like a real life IRL trebuchet? Because in that case, it doesn't need to be accurate. It doesn't need to be good. It just needs to accurately show, like, the plans. Effectively, your best friend in that case would just be a ruler. Get all the markings right, so you know that's cool. An actual trebuchet. I'm assuming that you're going to be waging war on a neighboring actual neighbor. Just throwing over flaming stuff. That's cool. I love craft projects like that. I would love to do more craft projects like that. I'm not gonna lie. I have this workaholism, and I feel like if I'm not drawing or animating or working on one of my other, like, projects that can contribute to this kind of stuff, like my channel or the various animation projects, then I feel like it's a waste of time. But it's not. But it doesn't stop me feeling that way. Oh damn, you have more than one? You just have an army of trebuchets? That's sick. something that that I've been meaning to do for a very long time. Put together my Warhammer. They're all in boxes, just flat packed still. But unfortunately, I love doing conversions and making them look like other things. So it's not just putting the models together the way they're meant to be, but I really like really personalizing the models. I have a bunch, I have like I think 2 Imperial Knights and a bunch of Adeptus Mechanicus and Necrons. You can tell the inspiration. Yeah, 40k. Not many trebuchets in that one. Oh, an actual Warhammer. Yeah. Now that would be cool. That would be really cool. I should look into that. I know we have some blacksmithing guilds around here. I could design a neat Warhammer. Got me thinking. Although if I was going to be designing a weapon, it's going to be a sword. I'm not going to lie, I love swords. I know it's a very basic bitch, but I mean, have you seen a sword? They're sick. That'd be so cool. I'm not gonna lie, I would follow that project. I want to see a Warhammer get made. Ooh, you have... Okay, what? Now, you're sure you're not pulled... Like, you sure you're just, like, not pulled from, like, a fantasy... What? Like, this isn't a reverse isekai situation, right? Where you're pulled from a fantasy world, like a video game or something, and now you're just, like, living... Or, like, somehow my stream made it across universes or something, because not many uncles have old swords. That's not a common thing, but I've definitely seen that in a lot of video games I've played. I've retrieved many a sword of some relative in many a game, but I can't say I've ever done that IRL, which is a tragedy, I'm not gonna lie. Actually, I'm almost done with this. I just need to add more of this stuff here. That, I mean, yeah, that is cool. Your uncle is based. That is sick. Technically, I have some swords, but they're just fake ones. They're real swords, but they're not sharp. They're just... I mean, you know, I was 15 once, 15, 16. I went to the local convention and bought a couple of swords and then felt super proud of having swords. I remember there was this battle axe that I thought was really sick, and I thought about it for a while. Then I saw it the next year and I got it. Damn. That would be really cool. Would you be restoring it to its former glory, or would you be like adding some flair? Like in a game where you get a sword and then you refine it, you do like upgrades. Oh, that sounds like a really good project, because there's if you're making some new stuff, then that feels like you'd be able to put a little bit of a creativity behind that. I mean, if it needs a new handle, that means you get to design a new handle. For the sake of being able to see, I'm darkening this. This is not the final color scheme I'm going to go for. It's just something to look nice, I'm going to be honest. I have no idea what color scheme I'm going to go for. But that is sick, being able to design and then put together your own hilt. Wait, what was it? Handle, your own scabbard. Genuinely something from a novel, or from a game. So I've kind of made a internal declaration. Now this doesn't really affect, actually it might affect some things, but I've made, actually I'm gonna get rid of some of these things that are in the background so I can see better. So I have been trying to work in the TV animation industry for a while, and it has not been going well. I've gotten some roles, but also not as many as I'd like. The industry has also been under fire lately due to advancements in technology, so I've been very disillusioned. And so I've made a declaration to myself that if there's no real improvement in my position in that industry over the next year, I am going to pivot my career to making indie games, because I've always wanted to make a game. I love games. I've like genuinely always wanted to do it, and it's always something I've put off or like dabbled with and then ran away from because it's hard, but it's always something I've wanted to give a go. And I think pivoting to another creative medium that I enjoy would be fun. Now, why do I bring that up? Because one of the games that I would love to make is a game where you get to kind of make a mod, like, you know, it's a maybe like a dungeon delver or something, but the thing that I'm obsessed with isn't that mechanic. It's a mechanic of being able to create your own weapon, and the function and look of the weapon depends on the handle, the blade, or the top, whether or not it's a blade or some sort of bludgeoning or an axe head, or the head, let's say the head. And like the pommel could also be another blade, so you have like a double. It would just customizable in that area. I've always been obsessed with that kind of that idea. I might make it if things go not according to plan, and so I might make it anyway at some point if I get an opening in my little creative stuff. But I've had an obsession with creating weapons like that, and I want to make a game out of it. But also jewelry. Yeah, absolutely. That sounds so cool. Forging your own weapons and jewelry. That's the dream. That is the dream. Oh yeah. I'd either make it very mod friendly, or like my goal would be to have it as a scaffold, like as a framework to be able to constantly add to it. Like, so it wouldn't be done and done. I would add more pieces, and then those pieces end up being able to help you achieve more in the game. I do have a dream for a game, I mean, as we all do, where it would be, that's not the only modifiable thing. There would be a few other elements that have a level of modification, maybe armor or companions. But yeah, definitely something that I've been mulling over and might do, but I don't know the first thing about making something like that. So I would need to make a few simpler things first. Maybe make something with just that mechanic and a couple of enemies to beat, and then see where I go from there. My current problem is figuring out what engine to use it in, because I like Unreal. I've played with Unreal. I think it has a lot of great potential. If it has a lot of great potential if you don't get allured by the siren's call of all that stuff you can do, because we all have our opinions on Unity. But I tell you, when you look up Made with Unity, it's a bunch of games. When you look up Made with Unreal, it's a bunch of tech demos. And like shaders and like environmental stuff that would kill a PC if you actually tried to implement it in anything else than what it is. But I'm kind of wrestling between using Unreal, or maybe I have a RPG Maker XP, and I have a couple of ideas where I'm like, I wonder if I can bend this so that your quote-unquote party member that you then customize would be a weapon, so to speak. Like, it's just your hand, but that's your party member. I don't know. I don't know enough about it to theorycraft how to achieve things. Yeah. That's the thing about... I remember researching weapons, and I loved finding those sheets that showed the variations of weapons, and it is exactly what I'm looking for in the way of, you know, if the pole's a little longer and the blade's a little shorter, it's this thing, and then if it's the other way around, it's this thing, and then if it's got an axe head, it's this thing, if it's got a spear head, it's this thing, and you can just fudge the animations with certain combinations. Just like I know how to do that. Yeah, definitely something I've been theory crafting, because I love drawing. Like, the only reason I draw a lot of people, like, I enjoy drawing people, don't get me wrong, but the only reason I do it is because I like to challenge myself, and it's still a certain level of challenge because there's so many minute details that if you get wrong, it looks completely different or wrong. It is still a challenge to draw people right. But I love drawing weapons. I love drawing, like, swords and staves and stuff, but I don't do it because it's too easy. It is genuinely like I could do it all day and then not, like, it'd be fun, but I feel like it would be like I'm selling myself short. Because but I love it. I should do more of it, if I'm being completely honest. Something that, like, another little project, but it's more of a fan, like, it's 100% a fan project, that I'm thinking of ways to both continue, because it's a fun design exercise, and also make something for the channel is back when I used Twitter for a while, I posted that I found a strange, I found that no one was talking about it, but there was this strange island off the coast of Morrowind in the ESO official map, in game. And I'm like, this map, this island is nowhere to be found in any other map, and it was only added after Morrowind's inclusion. Now, obviously, it was some kind of artifact that was left when they started making the map, but they've kept it ever since. And it was we as a collective, people who followed me, and a couple of devs chimed in, which was crazy. Actual devs from ESO chimed in, and we started kind of theory crafting this island, and I started drawing the designs, and it was really fun. And so something I want to do is draw, continue that, and then somehow make something video related. I don't know if it would be I'd have to, I'm still theory crafting, but because we kind of settled on it being the retiring island that the assassins of the Morag Tong go, because that is a canon thing. Someone pointed out that there is an island that the Morag Tong assassins go to after they retire that is significantly off the coast of Vardenfell. I'm like, that sounds perfect. Maybe it would be some sort of mission brief to go there, or I don't know, I would have to write up a little script, just an excuse to show everything you would expect there, and as well as creatures, maybe even people, and it would just be a slideshow of concept art. But okay, sorry, Blumenek and Sellsword Arts. Ooh, yeah, I think I've definitely, that sounds familiar, so I reckon on my searches for sword and weapon references, I think I've come across those. But I'll have to check them again, that's for sure. I also hope that I get to work on something I like. It's tough, because it's yeah, I make the things I like, but also there's a level of obligation to make, I don't know, when you get your mind stuck into a project, and then you get dedicated to the project, and then the wanting to do the project has left, but the project itself needs to continue to be made. It's like being held accountable to someone you were a month ago, thinking, oh, that would be fun. And then it's oh god, and now I need to have to do this, because otherwise I just have a bunch of unfinished projects, which I've definitely been there, and I'm trying not to be there. I'm trying to actually finish my projects. But yeah, there's a couple of projects I feel I would like to do them, but they don't contribute enough to the grand scheme, I guess. Make animations online, get industry job in animation, that kind of stuff. And it's, I guess, kind of sad to hold myself to that, but I don't know if there's a but there. Ah, yes, I remember my Minecraft phase 2. I had this giant tower that I was working on. It was so cool. I don't think I got halfway through, and the server died. I think I know a friend who has access to the server, I think, but I think they sent something to me, but it was corrupted or something. I don't know, or maybe they were looking for it and couldn't find it, but they said they still have it somewhere, and I don't want to bug them about it because it's not that big a deal. I think the fear of working on some of the projects that I want to work on is just the sheer time commitment it'd be another thing to work on. That might be another thing that's gonna eat away at, like, it would just you know, when we only have so many hours in a day. I don't know. Maybe I could make a game at some point. I want to finish my comic first. I think comic first, see where I go from there. I'll give more information on that comic sometime. I'm still roughing it out. I want to at least have the whole comic roughed and maybe a couple pages done before I actually reveal what it is. But I have theory crafted some concepts of revealing the comic early, but I would need to have a couple of branding pages, like branding media first, so at least if I reveal it, it's not just me talking, I'd be able to show something. And I also do plan, it'll, like, this is a much sooner plan, to like work on tertiary bits of the comic, like not actually rough in the comic, but I still need to draw some like turnarounds for the characters, because while I do have them in my head, it's probably a good idea to fully establish their designs. And there's a couple of characters that are still in this kind of vague, I know what they look like, but having them actually drawn properly would definitely help the process. And I think I can draw those characters without giving too much away. Actually, working on the branding would be really fun. I should do that soon. I don't know, there's something fun about working on, like, you know, the official title logo thing. I've done that for a couple of my for a couple of my things, and it's just fun. Another problem I have with the desire to make games is A, the amount of things I would love to give a go, and B, whether or not I would want to make a game that's 2D, utilizing all my illustration skills, or 3D, learning a new skill entirely. And give me a second. Neighbors are yelling, so I guess I can't enjoy this rainy weather anymore. Oh god, I hope that doesn't come through. Need to put my little tablet glove back on. There we go. Better finish this part. I know it'd be easier to just like do some sort of tool fill, but they're always so inaccurate and they leave so many spaces. Thank you, Ed. I hope so too. I really do. It's just the concept of making something fun. Making something is fun. There's a thing blocking that. There we go. Although not as cool as refurbishing a sword, making a trebuchet. That is genuinely cool. Like, there's one thing to make something digitally, there's another thing to make it in real life. That's been kind of a thing that I've been wanting to get into. Not fully making things in real life, but like looking into IRL crafts and like prints, but also not prints, like, well, like, yeah, prints, but like we're looking at getting a new printer because ours died, and we want to get a really good one so we can sell stuff like at conventions and stuff. But I really want to make things that, like, they're not just a drawing printed on a piece of paper. Like, I want to take into consideration the cardstock, there's, you know, stickers, or get a cricket and then being able to inlay like gilding or like little reflective pieces, that kind of stuff. Really make it like a piece. Oh, no. God. You know what? I'm gonna do something. Where is it? There we go. Symmetry tool. Now. Ah, wrong brush. And then maybe in, out, in, out. Don't forget the tip. A little, forget what this is called. A little gutterish kind of thing. Now the hilt. The handle, let's make that a decent length. Some interesting wraps. A pommel of some kind, let's add some more here. And with that, I have drawn a sword. In the digital sense, I've not literally drawn my sword, but that took me... I wish I actually looked at the time, but actually it's more like a short... technically still a sword, but that is much less impressive than someone literally forging a sword. Because this one can't chop your head off. Though I also get where you're coming from too. There's a few things that I'm learning that aren't as hard to do as you think they are. Like, something I love is bread. I love bread products. My favorite part of getting soft tacos is the tortillas. My favorite, and burritos is the tortillas. My favorite part of getting Indian food is the naan, and I love bread. And we have just discovered that is really easy to make bread just by yourself. Cheaper too. Like, shockingly easy. I mean, I learnt that all you need to do to make tortillas is chuck water, flour, and some sort of oil or fat into a bowl, mix it up, knead it together, add, like, have salt. I've got the salt. Chuck it into a frying pan, and then you got fucking tortillas. And just having that ability, and you're like, oh, how? For some reason, in my head, it like there was a process or some tools that you needed, and no, you don't. It's easy. And so I feel like there's, like, I get where you come from. There's a couple of, like, there's some stuff where it's just, like, it's a physical process and it's not as difficult as you think it is. Because sometimes things are just put thing and thing together, tie it with string, and it's done. Especially older crafts where, like, if they've been doing it for thousands of years, then chances are it's an achievable thing to do if you have the tools. I'd love to make my own, like, weapon. That would be so cool. Sword or like a little dagger. Maybe I should look into that blacksmithing thing that I'd see every time I go to the medieval festival. And also the thing... Oh. You know what? I think I might look into that. I think that sounds fun. Making a trebuchet. And then you get to say, oh yeah, I just made a trebuchet. Something. And then people turn around and go, you made a trebuchet. And then I can wage war on my neighbors. Or they are too loud. I remember doing, like, I never did woodworking, but I did do that kind of, like, shop work at, like, briefly at high school, and then a little bit in uni, and it was fun. There is something very, very nice about being able to put something together with your hands. I made I made a set of pauldrons back in university. I think I still have them somewhere. It was just a lot of banging against metal. Like banging metal against an anvil, and then a bit of riveting. They're not the best pauldrons. I don't think they'd really protect you from anything, but they were fun to make. But yeah, the thing that appeals to me about, like, creating something IRL, especially when it comes to, like, prints. Like I want to try and figure out how to merge, actually making something physically and illustration and all that. And because I want to sell stuff, but like not in the way of like, oh, I want to make money, but like, I want to create something that people would think is sick and would like to buy. Not because there's a certain level of obligation, like, oh, I want to support this artist, so I'm going to buy a print. Like, no doubt, like, that is awesome, and people who do that are saints. But I don't know. I want to make things that you look at. I'm like, that's not just something that I think is cool and want to support the artist. That is something that I want, and I want to figure out those things. I want to make those things, and you even get that benefit of like, limited numbers, not because you're making artificial scarcity and being kind of scummy about it, but because that's just all you made. You made this batch of stuff, and first in, best dressed. But I'll probably think more on that once I finally get a good printer. Because I'm learning printers can actually do more than I thought. I thought that like most printers just can use regular A4 paper stock, but turns out you can put a lot of different types of paper stock. I'd love to make cards. That's kind of my dream in terms of like physical creation. Make a bunch of cards. For what purpose? I don't know. I just like cool looking cards, especially if they're a little shiny. Yeah. I've been looking at some printers that are very like good printing, but also economic on ink. Economic almost. But yeah, there's the printer that I bought that has since shat itself and we chucked it out. It was $30. It was definitely one of the ones that you buy and they just want you to buy the ink. But I think we only bought ink once before it shat itself, so I don't know if they got their money's worth with us. Makes me wonder if there's like an ink cartel, like, because it's obviously artificially boosted. Are there any companies that have come in and said, oh, here's some cheap ink and cheap printers, like, decently, like, well priced printers, fairly priced printers with cheap ink, and then they get just killed, like legitimately killed by someone. It would not surprise me if that happened. Oh, surprised that a company can be wasteful. Yeah, it's a racket. It is absolutely a racket. Oop. Now we're on to the second robot. I was thinking of making these robots have like initially have all the same blank expression, but I think it's more creepy if they all have different expressions, like they're putting them on. But I also might want to make it look like that, like they're set, so they're obviously fake. Like, it's not like they're making the expressions, they just have the expression. It's kind of like a mask. Yeah, I'm still not sold on that, and it's not a topic I really want to get into, but there's definitely that kind of action in the automotive industry. Yeah, I want him to be like kind of looking shocked that he's like sadistically happy. I think this one's going to be curious. This one's going to be angry. And this one, I'm thinking like a variety of faces. Because it's going to be the big thing in the background. And the good thing about the way I've just chosen to design this is that I don't need to worry about that little thing called consistency. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a problem that definitely needs to be dealt with, but they don't want to deal with it because it's not profitable to deal with it. In fact, it is the reverse of profitable. I've unfortunately gotten quite doomerish over the last couple of years. You know, I definitely need to play Borderlands. I played a little bit of 2, I think. I've heard good things about the games. Well, some of the games. I know there's a few games that got some bad reviews. But they seem fun. But I know the last one I played, well, the first and last one I played, it was with a friend, so I didn't... It wasn't like I was playing it solo and then turned around and stopped playing. It was like, oh, you know, I'm playing with a friend. I'll continue playing with a friend, and then we just stopped playing it. And so I never continued. So I probably would have given up on it anyway. I have a habit of doing that with games. I've only recently kind of dedicated myself, not dedicated, but like actually turned around and said, these games, they're good, I'm going to continue to, and I'm going to finish them. And not like 100%. I've killed that part of myself. I can't 100% games anymore. There's too much that I need to do. But at least finishing the story. And so I feel like even I'm having a good time, so it's not like I'm forcing myself to play God of War Ragnarok, and I definitely feel obliged to finish that story since I finished the first one as well. I recently finished Control because I thought that was just fun, because I play too many games. Well, by too many games I mean 2, no 3. That it's more like, you know, you log in, you get a couple of tasks done, and you leave. Like, I wasn't letting myself play anything else than Warframe, Elder Scrolls Online, and like the newest Pokemon that releases and Pokemon Go. Like, I needed some variety. Nice. Now that's an achievement. I know Clamshell 100% in Skyrim and all the achievements. Though I think she might have cheated a little bit. You didn't hear it from me. I'm not saying anything. I didn't say that you cheated on your Skyrim. I didn't say that you cheated on your Skyrim achievements or anything. I never would have said that. I never would have called you out like that. I don't know. You've cheated on a couple of games. I can't keep track on the ones that you did legitimately. You did it twice? What the fuck? You take me to court for slander. But it's streamer court, so it's just a bunch of people yelling at each other and doing like chat stuff. I still really need, like, it's on my list of like kind of game things to do, because everything I do is based on a list that I have. You can call that sad or whatever you want to do, but it keeps me knowing what I'm doing. But one of the things is I still really want to complete the, you can call them DLC from the Anniversary Edition. Like if they officially shipped with the game, they're officially part of the game. Like there are people out there that played the Anniversary Edition of Sky, like very rare people, don't get me wrong, who only played the Anniversary Edition. So you can't tell me that they're playing like those parts are just separate to the game. Yeah, Clamshell, how do you get so much gold? How'd you do it? Oh no. Now that sucks. And that's the reason why I've stopped caring about achievements. It's just, it can be so stressful if like, oh, I'm playing a game, but I'm not playing it right. Like I'm not playing it on the right platform because I want all my achievements on the same account. Like I think, like especially lately that I've gotten, like honestly, they're doing their job pretty well because I am starting to use GOG and Epic. If I'm being completely honest, they gave me a bunch of free games, and I'm not going to rebuy those games on Steam. I mean, that's how I played Control. Was the version I have on GOG. But yeah, like it. I think it's fun to have like shoot for some achievements. That's for sure. I would definitely love to be someone who goes for achievements again. Like I used to. I definitely used to. But I just have this constant voice in my head telling me to stop playing games, and I think I can at least make that thing quiet down enough if I'm like, oh, I'm just playing it for the story, I'm enjoying the story, geez, shut up, just let me have this, I'm just relaxing. But if I'm doing achievements, I'm like, I can't justify this one to me, to that little goblin in my head. actually, I don't mind that. That was accidental, but I'm actually pretty happy with that random little thing. Like, even though I claim to myself that I don't care about achievements, I still make sure that I play games on a mode that I still get achievements. Because in my head, I'm like, if I do the thing, I might as well get the achievement, right? I mean, I don't care, but where the fuck is my achievement? Yeah, I think I'm gonna put it down here. It definitely is. I think just with achievements, I've gotten quite platform agnostic about it. Like, I definitely used to care when achievements were like, you know, all my PC gaming achievements have to be on Steam. But now that, like, GOG has achievements, and I like GOG, they do good stuff. So when I get a GOG achievement, I feel just as good as if I got the achievement on Steam. Sure, it doesn't contribute to whatever score on Steam I get, but I still got the achievement. I still got to see a little thing that said, oh, you defeated all these enemies, or you completed this thing, or you defeated this boss. I'm like, yeah, I did. There it is. Oh yeah, see, that's therein lies my kind of little argument about games. And people, I absolutely am wrong, or you can argue with me on, but I don't play games for a challenge. I want to be challenged a little bit. I don't want the game to just hand everything to me. But I don't play games to get good. You know where I'm going with this on that. But I would love... okay. Should probably establish... I live in Australia. We do not sled. I think we do have, like... We can go down, like... Oh, go down grass? Yeah. Yeah, I've done that. I think that would be fun, actually. It's also fun to roll down a hill. But yeah, I think on that, it's like, oof. That doesn't sound fun at all. No, I don't think, you know what? I'm going to take your advice and not do that. I don't want 20% of my face gone. I like having 100% of my face. It's almost a point of pride. Much like how I have 100% of my teeth. Which is rare in some parts. Especially parts that I have lived in. / live in now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's still that kind of stuff. It's like, oh god. It hurt, but it's fun. I definitely need to go out and do more of that kind of stuff. Like, actually just outside activities that are fun. I mean, I only swam once during this summer. That's not enough times. There's not enough swims for a summer. And I don't think I swam at... No, actually, I think last summer I swam once or twice. You know what? I'm gonna have to rectify that. Clamshell, we're going swimming. I'm gonna go swimming. Maybe after the X-cyclone / tropical low passes by. Or maybe during. Oh, that's good. I've definitely done something like that when I was a kid. Like, I went down this kind of... You know how you go to, like, markets or fairs or carnivals or whatever you want to call it? Oh, funny thing is, I did go to Canada. I tried, because Canada has had a famously good animation industry, and so I decided it'd be a good idea to give that a go and give a go at like going to Canada and either working holiday or actually like live there, just see what happens kind of thing. I got my working holiday visa, it was all sorted, and I went over. But as I was heading, like literally, like I bought the tickets, I got the visa sorted, the days were counting down, it was palpable. As the days were counting down, the animation industry just fucking folded, and I watched everyone get like fired and shit. And I get there, and I started it as at an animation conference, and every talk was about, oh, how to survive during this terrible time in animation, how to find jobs during this terrible time in animation. And I'm like, I just got here and everything just sounds like Australia again. What the fuck? And you know what the worst part is? So I go there, I went there for about 3 months, starting in September and getting home in like November. I think it was like literally 3 months, almost to the dot. But I went there, I visited Ottawa, Montreal, Vancouver, and Toronto. And unfortunately, I decided, you know what, it's probably best if I go home, you know, best on my wallet. I'm not going to find any animation jobs here at the moment, and I'll head back if and when I find a job. Like, I'll just catch the next plane and sort that shit out then, because I still have the visa, still have the working visa, I'm just heading home. And I did, and found nothing, but the moment I left, everywhere started snowing. So I didn't even get to see snow when I was in Canada, and we don't get snow. I've seen snow exactly one time for one day when I was in Japan, and I crave it. Oh, I crave it. Snow's amazing. But yeah, I have heard your summer is not very long. I would honestly take it over our summer, which is very hot and humid, with destructive storms, which are honestly really fun. Yeah. All my friends that I made in Canada, I saw them posting about all the snow that it got this year, and I both envy it and do not envy it. I saw a lot of people going, yep, there's my car, that pile of snow. But snow is legitimately magical. Oh my god, it is like, it's amazing. Then again, I never got to see actual Canadian snow, so I would not know. I know not what I speak. I would like to visit during the winter though. I think I'd go back for the festivals and then enjoy some time in the snow. Oh yeah, I have heard of that, where it freezes over and then you have this like kind of void that you fall into. Not gonna lie, that still sounds pretty cool. Like, it sounds annoying, but it sounds pretty cool. Well, let me tell you, Australian summer is the worst. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I don't envy that part. I've seen people's driveways and I'm like, oh, I'm glad we don't have to do that. I don't know. My goal, what I really wanted to experience when I was in Canada is I wanted to experience the snow so much that I started to hate it. Like, I wanted to get sick of it. Damn. I'm surprised there would be that. I mean, okay, I can imagine that there would be pretty common services and stuff to do that, right? Like, you'd hire someone to come in and do that kind of stuff. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that it does sound annoying though. I remember seeing some videos of people who left left their car window open just a crack, and then like their car was completely covered in like inside in snow. Oh, that's nice. I'm gonna be honest, there is that level of city in me where I'm like, what's their deal? Why are they doing this? Why are they helping out? What do they want? Though I know there's genuinely people out there that just want to be nice. It's crazy. Perish the thought. Although it's something that I really liked about visiting Canada, as when I was in Vancouver, I visited, I forget what the park was called, but I realized then that I'd never actually visited, I've never been in a forest, like an actual forest with pine trees and stuff. I've only ever been in the bush and rainforests, but not a forest. That's only ever been in popular media for me. Oof. You know what? That's something we can't really relate on because we don't have, like, that's another thing. We don't commonly have basements. I think there's some places that have cellars, but more or less most places here don't have a basement. Because, pretty sure, because like, if you have a basement, you are definitely getting flooded. Yeah, we just don't have basements. Actually, here there is a common type of house called a Queenslander because the state's called Queensland. And it is a, I'll bring up a picture, but it is a either 1 or 2 story house where the bottom is actually on stilts, so that water can just go through. You don't get flooded, it just goes right through, right underneath the house. It's like literally built for lots of wind and rain. Just need to find one that's actually accurate, because a lot of people have started building under their Queenslanders. You know what? I like this one. This one's cute. This is a cute house. Yep, the unbasement. Here we go. I mean, this one did some fancy stuff with the steps, but you see how, like, yeah, just a void underneath the house, so that flooding. And also, they're often quite open, lots of windows, so you can just let the wind through, because it gets quite hot. So I wonder if there's a better full picture. Are they showing bloody mansion-sized ones, and it's just not common? There we go, there's an old shitty ratty Queenslander. Actually, it's not that shitty. They could fix it up though. But there's some that are really built up, and there's like kind of an area underneath that's used for storage and barbecues and stuff, but you kind of expect that it's going to be flooded. But yeah, we just don't have basements. I remember when I was visiting Canada and I was visiting someone's place, and they're like, this is the lounge room, and there's the attic. I'm like, oh, an attic. Ooh. And it's like, here's the basement. I'm like, uh-huh. You're gonna kill me now, aren't you? This is where I die. Because I was just looking down these steps and it's completely dark. I'm like, oh god. I mean, small, medium-sized house or massive mansion. Now, obviously, see, like, the realistic person inside of me is like, oh, I'd like to get a medium-sized house because I like small, medium-sized house because that's, like, realistic. I don't think anyone would pass up a mansion. I'd love to have a mansion. I would love... Okay, what I would actually love is a mansion that needs to be refurbished and the resources and cash to be able to refurbish it. It's like the mansion, it's old, it's a bit decrepit, but with a bit of TLC, it's gonna do you well. I'd say definitely the mansion if I got to choose. Because of course, just a mansion. I mean, I'm a millennial. I would love any form of home ownership. Yeah, I'd say I'd love to get a nice, not completely run down, but like, you know, the paint's a bit off and some slats need to be redone, and then I could make it to my own specifications and like rebuild it, but also like, you know, keep the charm of the old place. I think that evil robots would design themselves to be something that we wouldn't be able to fully comprehend why. Like, I think they would find the most optimal form or forms to be able to design themselves as. Yeah, I think that would be a little bit better than the Tesla bot. Because the fear of evil robots isn't that it's suddenly your toaster turning around and trying to kill you. It's the fact that if they get the means of production, they would be able to create something even better. Something completely focused on killing. But I think you've got a point. I think they would consider the intimidation factor. That's why I think the whole robotic skeleton look of the Terminators, I think that that's somewhat viable, because the idea of a robot humanoid skeleton, that definitely would destroy morale. Like, you know, remind people of mortality and take their form. Sorry.
I usually try to mute the mic when I sneeze, but I took 3 presses of that button. I think that button's on the fritz. Yeah, I need to play more of Fallout 4. Like, I know it's not, you know, the game that people wanted Fallout 4 to be, but I think it's got some really fun designs, especially the robots and the power armor. I do have a couple of mods. Like, I have Fallout 4 installed, and I have a couple of mods that are just adding some more stuff. like Necrons. Once again, evil robots. Yeah, it's funny, like, I should be really into Fallout, but I think it's just the world never really captivated me. Like, even, like, I played a bit of Fallout 3 and then dropped it, and then played a bit of Fallout 4 and then dropped it. There's a lot of goofs. That's goof goods. I feel like if I played Fallout 4, I'd get really into making that settlement. Like, way too into it. Very good at spieling. Not very good at spieling. At spieling. Maybe I will play Fallout 4 at some point. I'm getting really close to finishing Ragnarok, so I'm gonna need another game to relax with. It's not very good at spell. Yep, there it is. I don't know, I have no idea what to do at the end of this thing. More tail, I think. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah. Yeah, definitely a sort of stinger. Although I want to see... doesn't even matter what I do right at the end. Because this thing's going to be covering it up. Although there's definitely going to be some, like, others up in the sky. I might do like a kind of like a waspy thing going on with that.
Because I do want to play around with the designs for each bot. As if they're all kind of cultivated to serve different roles. Yeah, something like that, I think. Yeah. Doesn't need to make sense, it just needs to be. Possibly as a bee. Add a couple of dents. Or just the one, because it's the one that's visible. All of this is actually invisible, but just in case I move it around. Actually, finish off this little talon. Need to put a dent here. This one. Focus on. Yeah, ooh. I reckon I'll do that with one. If there's a like one with a visible tail. That sounds fun. Chainsaw tail. Ooh, that sounds fun. I'm assuming Michael's is some sort of hardware store? I've definitely used a real chain in one of my minis. I don't even remember where I got the chain from. I think I just had it from something. Ah, craft store, nice. I was about to say, we have a hardware store called Bunnings and a craft store called, like, either you go to the cheapo shop or, like, if you want something a little bit more bespoke, then you go to Eckersley's or Oxlade's if that's somewhere. So I think they've closed down a lot of their branches, unfortunately. No, we've never heard of Michael's, unfortunately. We have Michelle's, and it's a patisserie. Actually, I wonder if those are still alive, actually. No, there's a few, I think. Yeah, there's a lot of stores from like Canada and America that we just don't have. We have our own version. Then again, a lot of stores that we do have though. Funny part about snow is that while we don't get it, there are some places in Australia that gets it. Literally, there is a place called the Snowy Mountains, and I am thinking of during a winter holiday, like June, July, maybe going down there depending on how work goes. Because I would like to spend more than one day in snow, like like a week, really enjoy it, do some snow sports. You know, actually see what skiing is about. And sledding. Yeah, there's a guy in the background, kind of inspired by the Imperial Knights. I'm gonna try and make it like really big, kind of inspired by, like, kind of Titan-sized. Cross-country skiing. I can't fathom that. Like, is it just a lot of skiing for a long time? Not gonna lie, like, even though I've had one day of snow, there is that dream of being like going screw everything and then moving to like a small mountain town, living in a cottage covered in snow. Ah, that sounds interesting. So like there'd be some parts you'd have to walk up and some parts you ski down. I wonder. Yeah. I want to do more good workouts that are just fun things instead of just, you know, the classic lift weights, ride on a stationary bike, do a jog around a place you've seen a million times. That's why it's summer, and I'd love to do more swimming. Swimming's fun. And so many people I know have gotten into rock climbing and bouldering to the point that I might be... Ah, I see it. I did a test. True, I haven't touched my push bike for a while. Also, I discovered the problem. It is there's actually more lag because it takes a couple of moments for Restream to be able to read the comment and then put it on to the screen for me to read. And then I read it, and then it's a bit later. So that's why there's even more delay than usual. I wonder if I can... Yeah. Maybe if I just start... I think something I'm going to need to do... I can have the chat up here. Damn it, I can't read both chats at the same time now, like at the same place, because now that means that it's going to be incredibly delayed. I've learnt that. but I put these next to each other. I wonder if I can, I don't know, make some sort of plug-in that allows me to see both chats without it going through Restream and then making an even longer delay, because that's what's happening. But yeah, you're right, would be nice. I need to check if my bike even works anymore. It's just been sitting out there for well over a year. I think I might need to get it properly refurbished again. And then the guy at the bike store is going to be like, oh, you should totally just get a new bike. Like, hey, this is going to cost you about $50 to $100, but why don't you just spend $600 and buy this bike? Because I want this bike to be fixed. Don't sell me another bike. Planned obsolescence. Absolutely. That's barely planned obsolescence. That's just forced obsolescence. It's like, hey, see how it's perfectly functional in every way but a couple that is easily fixable? What if you chuck away the entire thing because the new thing is better? And to that I say, it is literally just 2 wheels and a seat. If it gets me where I want to go, it's doing its job. Yep, legitimately. This is why I suck as a salesperson, both for my own stuff, like I mean, like, I technically have things that I have in a store. Like, I have a little kind of short story slash, not comic, but like art book kind of thing on, I should put it on Itch, but it's also on a Gumtree, not Gumtree, that's a different site, Gumroad. And I also have like shirts, but I am terrible and I don't want to push products on people, and unfortunately one of my current job that earns me money to live, there is a component of it that I don't really engage with very often, which is sales, and I hate it. I hate doing sales. I hate turning around and like, hey, but what if you bought this as well? What if I don't want to upsell people, I don't want to sell people things. I just want people to come up to me and go, hey, I want this thing. And I'm like, cool, I will get you this thing. And I get the thing. And they get the thing they want and they go home. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Or you buy 2 unicycles. Now you have 2 things. And you can put them together. I'm sure I was going somewhere with that. I don't know the average cost of a unicycle, but it should cost half a bike. Oh yeah, yeah, I definitely have run into that problem. There's links. I don't advertise them very often, but I think they're on my Linktree, yeah. Also, I have a Patreon and Ko-Fi. Wait, why did I say itch when I meant Ko-Fi? I meant Ko-Fi when I said itch before. I was thinking about games, but and I link to those. I don't like being pushy. But then again, I have learnt that it's not. I've in the attempt of not being pushy, I've just not said anything. Like I would make the one post and then never mention it again. So I probably should mention it again. Yeah, I guess I probably should say, and without feeling some level of, you know, grossness about selling things, but I do have a red bubble, and I probably should put the link somewhere. And the thing is, yeah, I totally respect that. I like that, you know, right now, that's another thing. Everyone has money problems right now. Everyone is feeling the pinch. So here I come along and be like, hey, can you buy my things, please? Can you give me for money? And I'm like, who am I? Who am I to ask for money? And that's why when I do think of things, I want to make stuff that actually gives value and isn't just giving. And like I have the Ko-Fi and Patreon links there just in case, but I'm like, I probably should put a little bit more effort into those, if being completely honest. I haven't posted there in a while. I wonder, you know, there's no secret why, and I'm not complaining or anything, it's just there. And like I myself am very frugal, very stingy with my money, so I just kind of project that on everyone else and think, oh, if I wouldn't be going and spending money, why would anyone else go and spend money? Thinking that everyone else has the same wants, needs, and financial as me. But yeah, you're right. I should post more about it. I just have this fear of being seen as like, I post once or twice and they go, oh, this guy's gotten really annoying, I'm gonna unfollow him. But then again, is that the kind of people that I want? That, like, were they going to stick around anyway? That's the question. Yeah, it's a lot to consider. Yeah, I think you're right. A little can go a long way. Yeah, that's the thing. I've started to try and almost channel that in a positive way. You know, it's like so many of us, like especially in Australian culture, we have a thing called the tall poppy syndrome, where we actively try to cut down people who are doing well because, oh mate, who are you to go? You know, what do you think you are? Like that's legitimately a phenomenon here. But you know, you sit around, you're like, oh, you know, I only deserve this amount, and I guess I made something, you know, I guess I want this, I guess I would like that. And then you have, you know, as you said, much worse people out there that do much worse things and ask for much more. The bastards get it. And so, you know, turning that to a positive thing, you're like, oh, why can't I go out and try and get the things I want in a, you know, actually respectable manner? Just finding that balance and that respectful manner is a little hard when so many people who succeed are, to say the word of my people, cunts. Yeah, that's so I mean, yeah, that's so scummy, honestly. Like, you don't stream until you get the money to stream. It's, I don't know about you, but I do the work before I get paid. That's sure. There's a little bit, you know, in some cases, there's an advance when it comes to freelance, but more or less, I do the work, then I get paid. I'm not going to expect people to suddenly pay me, especially to stream, just to show up, grace people with my presence. That's so, yeah, that's too much. I think drawing this guy would be able to establish the blocking. I'm gonna hide these guys. Because, like, I understand, like, there's not a lot of streaming culture that I understand. Like, I know I am streaming right now, but I don't very actively watch streams myself. So, you know, I am just a pretender here. But, you know, I've seen people, I've heard of that thing, I think, what, subathons or whatever, where, like, you continue the stream with more donations or whatever it is. And that's an interesting idea, because it's like, at least there's a little bit of an incentive. And some people, obviously, people are gaining value out of it. Something just clicked. I didn't know what it was. Oh well. Let's give him a really exaggerated, unhappy face. Yeah, he's just looking. He's yeah, a bit of that. Yeah, what I'm trying to achieve here is kind of like that look of fake human emotions. Shit, for real? And well, what's with all those old people? What's with that country electing old people? What the fuck? I very much try to avoid the politics of that region of the world, but at least for the last month or so, I was like, it's like trying to look away from a train crash, and yeah, I looked, and now I've gotten exhausted by it, so I'm once again trying to block all mention of that, because I'm like, I have my own country to focus on, thank you very much, and I barely focus on that one. Although, it is very interesting to be like, to see a lot of my Canadian friends have very vindicated wrath. And I am in big support. In about 5 years, okay. I've always wanted to run for Prime Minister. I will make... I don't know what I'd do as Prime Minister. Because that's the funny thing. We both had Prime Ministers. I mean, hell, our voting's coming up very soon, and I am not liking the outcome. Because a lot of stuff has happened, and a lot of people are mad. No, I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna sound silly, but that slight desire to go into politics, it's a like actual politics. It's not nothing. Because turns out anyone can do it. Literally anyone. You don't need a fucking... Sorry, that was a very aggressive... You know what? I am aggressive. I am that aggressive. You don't need any qualifications. You can just do it, and then if you're popular, you get it. It's weird. You don't need a qualification. I lived under a very dumb assumption for so long, thinking that you needed to go through like some university degree in politics, and then you can become politician. And no, it turns out you can just do it. And I don't know... That frightens me, I'm gonna be honest. I think we'd create some sort of like, I don't know, meritocracy. You get good at your job, eventually you run the country in that aspect. You know, because the thing is, the more I thought about it, like the concept of needing a qualification before getting into politics, the more I thought it's good in theory, but then that would also limit it. And it's not like it doesn't already limit to the elite anyway, but like it would definitely limit to those who can like afford either being in the place of that higher education, or and then also you need to be accepted into those courses, and they can just accept people they want to accept. There'd be a lot of ways to rort that system, but it's not like they're not already rorting the system, you know. But I don't know, I don't want to get too into talking politics. I know people get real mad about it, including myself. But that is to say, Jacob for Prime Minister 2020, 3 years I think, and if it's this year, 2028, I think. Yep, putting it out there, gonna do it. Like I could skip to Prime Minister. I think I would need to get into some sort of local body first. I think that's how it works. I think this robot guns are for intervening with obstacles. There is an obstacle in the way of the robot's goals that can be solved with a gun, with a laser gun. There. Is it going to be a little round thing? Ooh, I think it'd be much more fun if I flare the nostril. I wonder if I can, yeah, pull that up a bit. Sorry, just a sec. I could go for some tea. Unfortunately, that would mean that I would be shutting off the mic for... I'll leave it. I'll leave it. I wonder if it actually gets picked up. It's a very loud kettle. Those exist. And they're not common. Yeah. I could go for some tea. Some black. Yeah. Sugar and milk. Sure, we'll shut off the mic for just a second. Ah, to be a little spider robot watching the world burn.
That's fucking nice.
Thank you. It's a bunch of robots.
How many robots?
Is that robot? Is that robot?
Kind of like how the guy in the middle looks worried.
Yep. I was wondering what face to give him, but I think the fact that he's concerned, it sounds easy.
It's almost like it tells a story of like, it's what if you were a flesh automaton, but you still maintained your consciousness, but your body was forced to do things that you didn't want to do.
Yeah, just the see the idea that I'm going for. Yeah, just tiny Tyranid drinking tea, is that they have fake visages, like they're just faces, and we're projecting emotion on them because they look like the human emotion, but they're just robots. They're doing their thing. Like they stole those expressions.
What if they steal?
There's literally going to be text on a ruined wall saying they stole our faces.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah. I sure hope they allow this kind of stuff for the poster. True. Should be fine. Is that a uppercase I or a lowercase L? I do like that idea. Although I feel like a lot of them would have just expressions of absolute horror. If it was the last person they killed. Oh, I hate the Ohage face. I hate it. It's... Ugh.
That would truly...
It would fill me with terror. Imagine that being the last face you see before you die. Got tea. Ooh. True. True. Planet Shell procrastinating? I've never heard it. Whoa. Thinking on this gun, it's not going to have a visible trigger, because why would a robot need a trigger? They could probably just interface with a laser gun. But it's going to look like they're using a trigger. Yeah, like they think they had the upper hand. Some cocky bastard being like, yeah, gotcha, robot. And the robot kills them while they have that face. You know, I think that's why I'll keep it kind of ambiguous. Because it's fun to come up with that kind of stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, this is just a poster, so people are just going to see it and go, huh, robots. I wonder what it means. The robots that plan to kill us will all have the DreamWorks smirk face. That is my prediction. Maybe a little bit angled like that. Yeah. I wonder if I can connect it. Oh wait, no, what if I connect it like this? There we go. Showing that it doesn't even need a trigger. Definitely inspired large quotation marks by 40k on this. I'm not just stealing the idea completely from like the bunch of images that I've seen. Not at all. Huh. Close these. I think this needs to be wiggled a bit down. Actually, yeah, that looks a little better. Drag his face down. But yeah, definitely, like, it took a lot of strength not to just draw Necrons. Not gonna lie. Yeah, there's like, I've definitely been inspired just in general by like a lot of those images that you see where like the armies attacking and there's stuff going in the background. I guess this is just my go at that. See if I can do it. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah. A lot is in 40k. A lot except moving the story forward. Yep. They would never want to move the plot forward. Until they do, and they do it like very briefly. And it's kind of exciting. Then again, I haven't really been paying attention for a while. Honestly, their treatment of like fan art and fan animation really it made me stop being interested. Like, why would they do that? I would definitely make some animations about Warhammer 40k here. Like, not gonna lie, like if they didn't screw over like the entire community with their content guideline, I would have done it. I definitely would have done it. I would have done some funny thing. I don't know what it would. I would have come up with something, but I'm not going to risk it. That I love that. That's great. I mean, what you described is effectively what I like to do with Warhammer. It's like, you get a bunch of pieces and go, what can I make with these? And then you make it something completely different. There's just fun in that. No, I will never forgive LEGO for what they did or didn't do with Bionicle. Bring it back. The world needs more Bionicle. I have a bunch of Bionicles in my cupboard. I should dust them off, bring them out. Oh, that's so cool. I might need to track that down. Over the last couple of years, I've had a kind of kick to occasionally buy an old game for my various consoles, and is it good? Is the Lego game good? I remember, I think I had a Lego game for like the Wii. No, not Lego game, Bionicle game. I swear I had a Bionicle game or played one. Have you been following that one Bionicle game, like that fan one? I forget which one it was because I know. Huh. I don't know if that's a point for the game if you don't know how to play it. I think that's very much a point against the game if you can't even figure out the mechanics. Yeah, I don't know why they cancelled Bionicle. Like they were just so cool. I think if I had too much money on my hands, one of the first things I would buy is the Takanuva set, because I thought that was just so cool, and I remember having like a little magazine and just pining after it. Comes with a little bike, and it's the cool light tower. I want it. I want the Tower of Light. Please give it to me. I don't think I've heard of that one. There was like a thing about miners, but like obviously the ones that dig up coal. Wait, no, that was still. Yeah, bring it all back. I mean, I think what LEGO needs to do, because obviously they wanted to homogenize their kits so that LEGO is LEGO and it all creates LEGO. Makes sense. But it does mean that they've left a couple of things kind of fall to the wayside, like that kit that you were talking about and Bionicles. What I think they should do is just license it out. Just let another company handle it. Sell the concept, sell the IP. Like if they don't want to make those toys, someone else will. I wonder if there's someone out there wealthy enough to just buy it. Just like offer it to LEGO, just get so hey, give it to us. We'll make the stuff. We'll pay you money. Seems like a pretty perfect deal. Oh, did I accidentally? That was a weird splodge there. You know what? That's what I would do if I had a bunch of money. Just buy the Bionicles IP and then continue it. Maybe I should make a Bionicles animation one day. It would be fun. Though in order to do it justice, I feel like I would need to read all the comics first at least. I started reading them a little while ago. I think it was like last year, the year before. And they were good. I was enjoying myself. I just got distracted, stopped reading them. And I think I need to get back into it. And YouTube says my content isn't evergreen. See, for those who don't post to YouTube, every now and then, like it gives you a bunch of analytics and stuff. And it will show you things. And then sometimes it will give you tips. And it would sometimes show me, it's like, oh, people are watching your new stuff more than your old stuff. Maybe if you made things that are more evergreen, people would watch your older stuff too. And then I just sit there going, I don't know how making content for
a 14-year-old game is new content, but whatever. Like, I thought that was pretty evergreen. You know, here I am making animations about, yeah, Elder Scrolls, which hasn't had a mainline game in 14 years, even though I very much play ESO a lot. Batman the Animated Series from the 90s. I made 2 animations based off it. And it's 2 more than I thought I would do. And Warframe, which is a game that has been around for 12 years now, so... And now wanting to do something on Bionicle. Now, I don't know how more evergreen I can get. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'll just make things I want to make. You know what? That 4bot is... I've got it named 4bot in the layers. You know what? That's... I wonder if I should have like a little bot here. Probably should. But I'll draw the ones I've established first, because I want ones climbing over a wall. Now I just need to, you know what, I'm going to get a brick texture first. And I'm just going to trace it. But in my own special way. Actually, I'm going to go brick building. You know what? I like that brick building. I'm gonna use it. I'm just gonna steal it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make it like this. Sorry. Ugh, very sneezy today. You know what? Yeah, something like this. Actually, I'm gonna turn that off. There we go. And you're gonna go blue. So I know what the whereabouts I want to start. it's a little cheap, but look, I'm gonna make it my own. And I already drew a bunch of robots from scratch. Cut me some slack. That doesn't sound good at all. Is that from the sledding? That's yeah, you probably should get some sort of medicine. That sounds awful. Don't want to tell you what to do, but I'd say take your own advice there. Very much sounds like a cold. I mean, it sounds like you're doing some outside stuff, so it doesn't surprise me that, you know, one would get a cold. Unfortunately. All fun things come at a price. Maybe I'm using... Actually, I'm going to keep that line on, but... I think for the size that I want to make that little creature... Oh... No, I think I should just scale down the creature. For a sore throat, you'd probably want to be getting some sort of lozenge. Get a good, like, I think, I hesitate to say antibacterial, but I think antibacterial, antiviral, or something like that, just a lozenge. Also honey. Honey's good for it. Honey and lemon. I guess you're in the cold season at the moment. Because you're literally in the cold season. So here things have started to cool down, so the seasons are turning, finally. Well, actually, this brick wall, it's this brick building, it's nice, but it's not what I'm looking. Okay. Damn. I need to find another brick building. Oh, I wonder if I can... Oh, I could fudge that a bit. I don't need to trace all the bricks. It's established what I wanted. Brick. I unironically love brick buildings. I think they look really, really neat. I'm gonna be honest. Did you do a hex? I don't know what any of that is. Ah. So you did do a hex. I knew it. Fair call. Fair call. Also, I figured out a way to cheat the system. Just gonna have like cement rendering over the bricks so I can still have cool looking bricks, but I can also not have to focus on making cool looking bricks all the time. Oh, I did not know that. I learn something new every day. I am well, thank you. Yeah. Put a little hole here, keep things interesting. Here we go. Ooh, I could probably have a little bit here. And all the ground's gonna be covered in smoke, so I don't have to do ground stuff. Pronounced Solway or Sol?
Ah. Which was it, Soe or So? Hmm. True, true. Because I made this wall smaller, make the creature a bit smaller to compensate. Solway, nice. Well, yeah, you learned something new. Didn't think I was going to be learning some Latin. It looks like you need to do a medicine run, jeez. I've definitely been there though. Like you realized you used it all up last time everyone was sick. Oh, that sucks. Looks like someone's gonna need to go out for a shop. Grab some supplies. I don't know. If you have honey, that should help. It shouldn't solve anything, but it should help. Oof. Oh god, is your tap water that bad? It's a clamshell with a with the little clamp monster. Ah, yeah, that doesn't help at all. Chemists should be 24 hours, not gonna lie. It is the autism creature, but it's clamshelled. It's
It's like fused with a little vtuber model. That very much is the energy of Clamshell's streams. Clamshell's your autism. Because we all know that Clamshell's already autismed. Warm or cold lightning? Oh, don't worry. The clamshell has already been autismed. Oh, I just realized. I was wondering why everything was so faded out. The whole folder was low. And yeah, that little arm here. Actually, I wonder if it'd be no. Yeah, I definitely have just. I had something similar, like something. Yeah, I think we've all been there. Had something happen, you're just like, I'm just gonna sit and vibe. Just gonna mull over what the hell just happened. Ah, speaking of which, just spilled my tea on my keyboard. Excuse me a second.
surely hope something like that, in terms of the accident, that surely hope that's not something that you're going through now. That would be rough. It looks like the T didn't get into the keyboard, just onto... Hell yeah. You did, and I went completely against that. Because I'm a rebel. I don't do what people tell me to do. I don't do what people say. And a cup, yeah, just one like this. Alright. I'm very happy with how many robots I got through today. There we go. Didn't spill the tea this time. Now that's true skill. It probably would, yeah. Because if you're talking about the little pngtuber thingy, it's just done by sound, and so it picks up everything. It's just gonna open its mouth. I should eventually make something a little bit more sophisticated, but I initially made it like just because I didn't want to do face cam anymore because I was lazy. You have to get the right angle and make sure, because the way I had my face cam kind of set up, yeah, it is. That little creature, that little guy, that my little model, he's just making all the sounds. That's what's canonically happening. I think soon I've probably earned myself a break. You should. I don't think there's many of those around. That'd be cool. I'd watch it. Trebuchet tutorial. For when you want to launch shit at your neighbor. I reckon that and sword restoration would be cool. I'm debating whether or not to finish up with this robot or work on the big boy in the background. This big boy in the background, where are you? Yeah. Probably need another kind of building just to give more scale. Yeah, it's not too hard. I mean, I say, you know, editing, it takes time, like, big boy. I'm glad he's fine. Like, in the original sketch, there wasn't really much to give scale. But I think since I've made this wall, he's got scale. But the only way to learn how to do it, learn how to do the editing, is just to do it, just to give it a go. There's plenty of free programs you can use. DaVinci Resolve. I use Blender. It's not the best, but it does the job. It's free. So I'm definitely considering moving over to DaVinci. That's what I'm going to do for the next video, is make it in a program, in a couple of programs that I haven't used before. So I want to give DaVinci a go. And I also want to give Moho a go for animation. Because at the moment I use OpenToons if I actually need to animate something properly. But if it is just like some of the stuff that I've made before, I just animate it in Blender by just putting the drawings together in the right sequence. Nope, I do not use a mouse to draw. I use my Cintiq tablet. I got this bad boy in 2017 and it's still chugging along, still doing its damn best. But I have been using a tablet for a long time. Basically since high school. My first was just a little bamboo. Though, apparently the competition against Wacom is pretty good these days, especially with, and I have one, like tablet PCs. Oh yeah, this is me drawing with a mouse. Draw an eyeball. Probably should have given myself. Right. Yeah, there we go. Let's get them eyelids. Oop. And an angry eyebrows kind of thing. And a nose. Yeah, drawing with mouse is awful. That's my attempt, and now it's going away.
I don't know what. Oh wait, where is it? Oh well, I want these back. And this guy. Wait, what the fuck? I dragged something accidentally. There we go. It's more accurate. Because otherwise, so let's say, okay. Let's say I was coloring in, so yeah, this guy. So I'll get rid of that. Get rid of this as well. No distractions. So we've got one way of doing it, which is just going like this. But yeah, I'll do that a couple of times. Got a lot of gaps going on. It just has these gaps. Then you have to go in and fill this in. Fill these little bits in. Like it keeps on having those little things. And I don't like them. And also, if I, let's say, and this is usually what I do if I'm being a bit messier. But if I magic wand, I need to go around, and this is fine. This kind of works. Realistically, I should do this more, but even this has a few problems. Because you'll miss bits like here. I think that's a bit. See, this wasn't closed, so it kind of leaked in. I don't know where it's open. See, that's not closed, so that's not going to color in. So let's invert that. And it's fine. It's not that bad, but yeah, you have to go in, you have to make sure that everything's closed. And occasionally there's like things that this happens if you got the what is it? Like the closing gap and the tolerance, that's it. The tolerance too high, it starts to bleed in. And realistically this is actually better, but you still have to go around and like fix a lot of stuff. And I just prefer to line around, because that means I'm just doing it because like off the bat. Probably should just do this more often, but sometimes it's just I just prefer to do it that way. I don't know. I'm gonna have to draw that thing here. The big boy. I think I'm gonna have a couple of robots like in the background, but just very small, just to show some scale. That I think I've deserved myself a little break. I've drawn a bunch of robots, and I've drawn, what is this? Flower Straight. I think I might call it. Just happy that I ended up streaming. I was very close to not, because I'm lazy.
But yeah, thank you heaps, a bunch, for joining the stream, for especially chatting along. I really appreciate that. It was great chatting. I am going to debate whether or not to stream later tonight for me, and it predicated on whether or not I do more work on this drawing. And I might, yeah, I'm gonna be working on this drawing in the stream over the next week or so. I'm gonna put a lot of effort into it. Yeah, I think I better call it. It's been good. See you later. Thanks for joining.